The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., October 2nd, 2020. I hereby appoint the Honorable Henry Cuellar to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Father Conroy.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we give you thanks for giving us another day. The nation awakens to the news of the president having contracted the coronavirus. Countless numbers of other national leaders and figures are exposed, and there is now a heightened vigilance surrounding the plague. All along, we have been aware of the danger of infection and have been beseeching your protection and healing. Hear us again now as we place our trust in you. Comfort and send your spirit of healing to those who suffer from illness and those who mourn those who have died. Bless those who care for the sick and inspire those who seek treatments and a cure. Lord, have mercy on us. May all that is done be for your greater honor and glory. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 4A of House Resolution 967, the Journal of Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No messages. The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the career of Jane Goff, a lifelong educator who will be retiring from the Colorado State Board of Education after 12 years as the representative from the 7th Congressional District. Jane's dedication to education for Colorado made a significant impact which will last for years to come. A native of Colorado, Jane graduated from Jefferson County Public Schools, where she would later spend 34 years as a French and Spanish teacher. She served on the Jeffco PTA Board of Directors and as president of the Jefferson County Education Association. After the Columbine High School tragedy, Jane was frequently consulted on school safety and crisis response, providing a teacher's perspective to a variety of local, state, and national audiences. After retirement from Jefferson County Public Schools, Jane was elected to the Colorado State Board of Education in 2008 and re-elected in 2014. She served as a member of the National Association of State Boards of Education for 3 years before being elected president of that association in 2014. Jane has worked side by side with students, educators, and me to help improve outcomes for students and our entire community. She leaves a lasting legacy for Colorado students, and she will be dearly missed on the State Board of Education. Jane, thank you for your friendship, your partnership, and your service to public education and to the state of Colorado. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mayor John Conyer of Foley on the upcoming retirement after a remarkable career in public service. Mayor Conyer began his official service to the people of Foley upon his election to the City Council in 1980. He began serving as Mayor Pro Tem in 1996 until his appointment to mayor in 2006. The people of Foley have shown their continued trust in Mayor Conyer by re-electing him in 2008, 2012, and 2016. Mayor Conyer has been absolutely indispensable in the promotion of Foley and its remarkable growth over the past several decades. Despite that growth, Foley has maintained its small-town Alabama charm, so exemplified by Mayor Conyer himself. He lives big shoes to fill, but in no small part due to his leadership, Foley is better positioned than ever. It has been a pleasure to work with Mayor Conyer during my time in Congress, and I wish him and his family all the best as they embark on this new stage in their lives together. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this has been one of the most productive sessions of the U.S. House in modern history. In less than 2 years, under Democratic leadership, the House has passed more than 600 pieces of legislation responding to the urgent priorities of the American people. We've passed bills for the people, cracking down on corruption, driving down health care costs, and raising wages for workers. Many of these bills are bipartisan. All are common sense approaches for delivering results for working people. But roughly 400 of these bills have been buried in Mitch McConnell's legislative graveyard. He won't even give them a vote. His sole purpose, it seems, is to pack the federal judiciary with right-wing judges who will rip away health care from 20 million people and eliminate protections for people with pre-existing conditions. This is no way to run a democracy. The American people deserve better, and that's why House Democrats will keep fighting for the people until these bills become law. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the German American Caucus, I rise today to recognize October as German American Heritage Month and to commemorate 30 years of German unity. Last year, I introduced H.R. 446, a bipartisan resolution to recognize the importance of the alliance between the United States and Germany and to highlight our shared commitment to democracy. The resolution affirms our support of the Wunderbar Together initiative, which in 2019 worked with 500 partners to host more than 2,800 events to celebrate German American culture, art, science, and more. On October 3, 1990, East and West Germany reunited, just short of 1 year after the falling of the Berlin Wall, when thousands rushed to Brandenburg Gate to celebrate. This year, German ambassador to the United States, Emily Habe, is hosting a virtual event to celebrate East and West Germany becoming one, walking attendees through the milestone that lead to this historic moment. Anyone can tune in by visiting the Embassy's Facebook page tomorrow at 1 p.m. In closing, I'd like to say Danke, or thank you, to our German friends, and Prost, cheers, as we celebrate this milestone together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I recently received a letter from a constituent named Jeffrey. Jeffrey was laid off in March and hasn't been able to find work during the pandemic. He wrote to me and said, quote, "I've been scraping by on my savings and borrowings, and I am now finally broke with a disabled brother, a 13-year-old kid to feed, and a house," unquote. Another constituent wrote in about his 83-year-old mother who survives on a small pension and Social Security. The pandemic has required her to have a caregiver for much longer hours. Her and her son's bank accounts are running dry. The American people need relief now, which is why the House passed the updated HEROES Act this week with another round of stimulus checks, extended unemployment benefits, small business support, and money for local, state, and tribal governments to pay for essential services like first responders, police, firefighters, and teachers. The House is doing their job. The Senate must do theirs and bring this bill for a vote for the people. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from is recognized for 1 minute. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor the life of a Good Samaritan and hero from Georgia's 1st Congressional District, Mr. Timothy Ebert of Richmond Hill. On August the 9th, Timothy Ebert was on his way to work at the Savannah Hilton Head International Airport when he got out to help a motorist near the intersection of I-95 and I-16. When he tried to help another driver, he was sadly hit by another car and killed on the interstate. Mr. Ebert was one of the kindest, most selfless people. His life was marked by the way he served others. He was an E-7 Marine veteran who served his country, friends, family, and even complete strangers with his utmost abilities. Timothy loved to spend time exploring the outdoors and playing games with his family. His two sons, Bryce and Braden, his daughter Tinley, and his lovely wife, Lindsay, were his whole world. It's people like Timothy who make our world a better place and inspire us to be the best people we can be. He will always be remembered for his selflessness and kindness, and I know his legacy will continue. His friends, family, and all who knew him will continue to be in my thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give an up to 1 minute speech and permission to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the Congressional Broadcasters Caucus and a former radio sports announcer, I would like to acknowledge and celebrate that this year is the 100th anniversary of the first commercial radio broadcast. In fact, it was in my home state of Pennsylvania that station KDKA made the nation's first commercial broadcast. This revolutionary idea brought news to people before they had to read about it in the newspaper. For a century now, radio broadcasts have crossed towns, cities, and states across our nation to bring us the sense of kinship we've come to expect from stations that are invested in our communities. We're looking forward to the next 100 years of radio entertaining, connecting, and informing Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It does not give me pleasure to be here today to say what I'm about to say. So I'm really frustrated. The Energy and Commerce Committee, which I am the ranking member of and former chairman of, we worked most of this year on legislation to ban the manufacture, processing, and distribution of asbestos. We found common ground. We worked together. We voted it out in committee by a 47-to-1 vote. We fully anticipated the work product of Republicans and Democrats in that committee to be brought to the floor under suspension as approved by the committee. Sadly, Democrats on Friday night listed the bill, but they had rewritten parts of it without ever consulting with Republicans and tried to cram it through the process. Now, after many days of trying to work this out between us, and we have offered many alternatives to try and accommodate our majority colleagues, they're trying to blame Republicans for this bill not coming to the floor. Well, I'll tell you what, bring the bill we passed out in committee to the floor, and we'll vote for it, and it will pass overwhelmingly. You are the majority party. You just brought a $2.2 trillion bill to the floor. You could bring this one under a rule. Do that. Keep your word. Let's work together and ban asbestos. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since last Friday, I've been working in good faith to find a path forward on a bill to ban asbestos. Democrats ended that effort yesterday evening. The bill passed the Energy and Commerce Committee with bipartisan support last November, but the majority added new language just last Friday. 1 minute is not enough to detail my concerns with that language or to describe every offer our side made to try to reach agreement. The committee record will have to speak for itself. The record shows the bill passed 47-to-1. Every Democrat on the committee voted for it. It shows the bill does not affect talc litigation, and it shows exactly which special interest objected: trial lawyers who didn't get exactly what they wanted. I want to offer my apologies to Linda Reinstein, who has been a tireless advocate for more than a decade and has fought the good fight in honor of her late husband, Ellen, for whom this bill is named. We know the 47-1 bill I have right here could pass. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Energy and Commerce and Education and Labor be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1603, and I ask for its immediate consideration in the House with an amendment adopted by the Committee on Energy and Commerce on November 19, 2019 by a vote of 47 yeas and 1 nay.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So is it okay. Whoa. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1164, I call up House Resolution 1153, condemning unwanted, unnecessary medical procedures on individuals without their full informed consent, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1153. Resolution condemning unwanted, unnecessary medical procedures on individuals without their full informed consent.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1164, the amendment to the resolution printed in House Report 116-557 is adopted, and the resolution as amended is considered read. The resolution as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, and the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.Res. 1154.
Without objection,
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
the gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, imagine this. You are an immigrant woman detained in a detention center. Perhaps you've been asking for help for months about a painful medical condition, or perhaps you've had no medical complaints at all. You are suddenly woken up early in the morning. You are put in shackles and taken to a general practitioner, not to a general practitioner, but to a gynecologist. That gynecologist performs ultrasounds, inserts tools, even his own hands, into your body without any consent or any lubrication. You are in pain. You do not know what is being done to you. You feel violently sexually assaulted. The doctor tells you that you have a major problem, cysts that must be operated on from that simple examination he did. You don't want surgery, and you even say so. He says, okay, I'll give you a shot instead. And because you are scared, you take the shot. But you don't know what it is. You haven't been told what it is. You certainly have no idea that, in fact, this is a shot that is an injectable contraceptive that temporarily prevents you from having children and can have other serious side effects, including bleeding. Now, you are bleeding, you are scared, and you don't know what is happening. You go back to see the gynecologist, and he tells you this is why he said you must have surgery. You have doubts. You want a second opinion, but you are told you cannot have a second opinion, and it's either this or you will never get any care again. After all, you are in detention. You finally, perhaps, in some cases, agree to the surgery, thinking that you are just having cysts removed. But you wake up and you find out that you have had a full or partial hysterectomy. One of your fallopian tubes has been removed, or perhaps some other surgery that you weren't expecting. Imagine that someone has just taken away or severely compromised your ability to have children without ever telling you or asking your consent for what they are doing. Mr. Speaker, that is why we are here today to vote on House Resolution 1153 to condemn unwanted, unnecessary medical procedures conducted on women without their full informed consent, to ensure the safety, health, and presence of the women at the Irwin County Detention Center, and to mandate full compliance of ICE with the requirements of the ongoing investigation. The story I just described is just one of the many stories we have now heard from women who are either currently or formerly detained at the Irwin County Detention Center in Ocilla, Georgia. Please understand that 90% of the people detained at this facility are completely unrepresented by any attorney. Moreover, like all detention facilities, Irwin has been plagued with COVID. People detained here report not receiving adequate PPE, and there have been multiple cases of COVID. Since this horrific story emerged through a whistleblower report 2 weeks ago, a few attorneys who are representing some of the women have brought forward more stories. Independent gynecologists have reviewed the available medical records. The New York Times launched an independent investigation asking independent gynecologists to review the records of 7 women who were able to obtain their medical files. And what they found is deeply disturbing. The doctors noted that the gynecologist, quote, seemed to consistently recommend surgical intervention even when it did not seem medically necessary at the time and non-surgical treatment options were available, end quote. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the September 29th New York Times article entitled, "Immigrants Say They Were Pressured into Unneeded Surgeries."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this is about full or partial sterilization and a total lack of consent from the patient. And let's be very clear. Even if a procedure or test is medically necessary, a doctor must have informed consent from their patient. This is the most basic tenet of medical ethics. Last weekend, 10 members of Congress visited the detention center, and we spoke directly to the women. We saw their pain and shock and horror about the irreparable damage that has been done to them and their futures. I have here letters from dozens of women at the center detailing some of these things that they have seen and experienced, including these unnecessary medical procedures. To bring their voices directly into this chamber, let me read from one of them, a woman married to a U.S. citizen and with children of her own. My experience here has been full of fear and terror. It began when I asked for medication for my abdomen. My surprise when I was taken to the gynecologist, he didn't explain nothing and just told me to lay down and inserted something and said I had a cyst the size of a nail. I was injected and didn't say for what and said the results would be here in 3 weeks. If not, I would come back. When everything that's been happening has come to light, I was never taken back, thanks to God, because if not, I would have had surgery. This resolution is simple. It mandates that a real investigation must happen. Even just this morning, we had to once again ensure that a woman who had this surgery done to her was not once again arrested. We need to allow these women to heal as we get this investigation done in the speediest of manners. Passing this resolution also sends a clear message to doctors contracted by private for-profit incarceration facilities everywhere that we will not stand by and allow you to treat people this way. We will not stand by and allow history to repeat itself, a shameful history of medical abuse targeting Black people, Indigenous people, people of color, immigrants, poor people, and people with disabilities for medical procedures without consent. To the women at Irwin, those lucky enough to have been released and those who have already been deported, you are brave and resilient. You should know that the United States Congress, with the passage of this resolution, is saying to you, we see you, we hear you, and we will not stop fighting for you. I'd like to thank my colleagues and co-leads of this resolution, Representatives Annie Custer, Sheila Jackson-Lee, Sylvia Garcia, and Lois Frankel, for introducing this resolution with me that now has the support of 225 members of Congress, and also the Women's Caucus for their tremendous attention to this resolution, as well as the Congressional Hispanic Caucus that helped lead the CODEL with the Judiciary Committee. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My chief of staff is a former naval captain who commanded the aircraft carrier USS Constellation in the 1990s. I once asked him what was the most important thing he'd learned during his distinguished naval career. And he said, "The first reports are always wrong." That's why I'd urge my friends on the other side of the aisle to take a step back and await the investigations that are now underway to determine exactly what happened at the Irwin County Detention Center, lest they appear in retrospect to have behaved, well, rather prematurely and foolishly. This resolution affirms allegations that women detained by ICE for the crime of illegally crossing the border underwent unwanted, unnecessary medical procedures, including full or partial hysterectomies and other procedures involving their reproductive organs, performed without their knowledge or consent. Well, if that is true, it is appalling, and those responsible should be held fully accountable. The acting ICE director, Tony Pham, said precisely that on September 18th. He said, quote, "The recent allegations by the independent contracted employee raise some very serious concerns that deserve to be investigated quickly and thoroughly. ICE welcomes the efforts of both the Office of Inspector General as well as the Department of Homeland Security's parallel review. As a former prosecutor, individuals found to have violated our policies and procedures should be held accountable. If there's any truth to these allegations, it is my commitment to make the corrections necessary to ensure that we continue to prioritize the health, welfare, and safety of ICE detainees," end quote. Of course, this resolution makes no acknowledgement of Mr. Pham's statement or of the investigations that are now underway. The reality is, at this point, we do not have all the facts. We do know that the complaint by the group Project South, which instigated the allegations, did not contain testimony from a single woman who had a hysterectomy while detained at the Irwin County Detention Facility. We know that ICE has an annual third-party inspection of its detention facilities, including the medical care at those facilities. We know that ICE has performance-based national detention standards, which include high standards for women's medical care. We know that the 2019 third-party inspection conducted by the Nakamoto Group found that the Irwin County Detention Center met ICE's performance-based national detention standards. We know that on September 18th, the Associated Press reported, and I quote, "The AP's review did not find evidence of mass hysterectomies as alleged in a widely shared complaint filed by a nurse at the detention center," end quote. That's the Associated Press. We know that on September 22nd, the Washington Post reported that since 2017, only 2 women in immigration custody were referred to the Irwin County Hospital for hysterectomies, and that there are no other facilities in the region that perform that procedure. ICE reports there may have been 3, but the attorney for the hospital calls the claims that we have just heard demonstrably false. His words, demonstrably false. We know that on September 15th, the Washington Post reported that the lawyer who filed the lawsuit on behalf of the pro-illegal immigration group, quote, acknowledged to the Washington Post that she did not speak to any women who had a forced sterilization and said she included the allegations in the report with the intention of triggering an investigation into whether or not the claims were true, unquote. Whether or not the claims were true. Well, we're going to find out. And once we have all the facts, we can make rational decisions about what to do. But this resolution simply assumes the allegations are true and condemns the institution as if they were true. It then calls for indefinite postponement of the deportation of any illegal immigrant at this facility that has any medical procedure, which I assume would include routine medical screenings. I would ask the House this very simple question: wouldn't it be better to let the investigation take its course, have all the facts laid out before us, and then take appropriate actions? If the allegations are true, every bit of the indignation expressed in this resolution and by my Democratic colleagues would be justified, and a united, bipartisan Congress would demand and command redress and reform. But if the allegations are found not to be true, this House, that is already plumbing the depths of public ridicule and derision, will once again have diminished its credibility and its moral authority to speak out on this or any other issue. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, my good colleague on the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for most of the past century, the United States has led the world in the promotion of human rights. People from all over the world have long come to America seeking refuge and a better life. And in our best moments, we welcome them with open arms. Yet under the Trump administration, immigrants have been met with great hostility. On Trump's watch, children have been separated from their families and endured unspeakable trauma in DHS custody. In just the past few weeks, new and horrific allegations have emerged about the use of forced sterilization on immigrant women by ICE. Allegations so serious and sickening that they demand a swift and thorough investigation. According to one nurse who worked at the Irwin County Detention Center in Georgia, immigrant women received unnecessary hysterectomies, records were destroyed, and migrants were not tested for COVID-19. In the words of one immigrant held at the facility, and I quote, "When I met all these women who had surgeries, I thought this was like an experimental concentration camp. It was like they're experimenting with our bodies," end quote. Mr. Speaker, these allegations are horrifying. If true, they are a gross violation of human rights and a violation of the most basic ethics that medical professionals are sworn to uphold. What's more, there's a long history of forced sterilizations, like the procedures found in these allegations, being used against people of color, religious minorities, prisoners, individuals with disabilities, and other vulnerable communities. Such procedures are not only wrong, but they rise to the level of gross human rights abuses. And that's why it's so important that these shocking and staggering allegations be investigated now, and anyone who participated in such abuses be held fully accountable. I want to end by thanking all of my colleagues, but in particular my friend, Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, a champion for human rights here and around the world, someone who has led this effort and authored HRES 1153 to condemn forced medical procedures on individuals without their full informed consent. And thank her for her leadership and for this powerful message that we are sending to ICE and to the world that we will not tolerate this kind of behavior. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support the resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, my good colleague who is on the delegation with us, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in full support of this resolution offered by my colleague, my dear colleague, Pramila Jayapal, and others. Thank you for your hard work. Halloween is getting close, but it's Halloween every day at the Irwin County Detention Center. Many of the police officers just outside the facility when we arrived were not wearing masks, and it was only the day before our visit that detainees were issued masks. Prior to that, many had worn the mask they had had on when they were first booked into the facility many months ago. Some had been wearing old panties as masks. But the horror stories were the experiences these women told of being subjected to gynecological surgery, intrusions into their body absent their informed consent. As these women spoke, their eyes revealed the horror of what had been done to them. Many clutched or rubbed their midsection, still in physical pain, as they recounted what they had been through and the mental and physical pain they still endure after being traumatized by Dr. Amin. The Irwin County Detention Center is managed by a for-profit corporation. That industry's stock went through the roof when Trump was elected. He has delivered on their investment, and it's been open season on detainees ever since. These companies rake in billions in taxpayer dollars to house, clothe, and feed detainees. Some of the women had been issued deportation orders 6, 8 months, even a year ago, but they're still being detained. And taxpayers foot the bill so the corporations can maximize huge profits. They profit by paying slave wages to detainees to cook and clean the facility. They profit off of phone calls and the commissary. Somebody is also profiting off churning these women's bodies for unnecessary medical procedures paid for by the taxpayers. This is not right. It's not immoral. It's immoral to profit off of human suffering and misery. This horror show must end. We need to shut it down and shut it down now. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to my distinguished co-lead on this resolution, member of the Judiciary Committee, Sylvia Garcia.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Jayapal. This weekend, several of my colleagues and I visited the Irwin County ICE Detention Center, and what we saw and heard was outrageous and heartbreaking. We heard stories directly from women who were subjected to unnecessary and unwanted medical procedures without their consent. And yet yesterday, some of our friends across the aisle suggested that some of this may be made up, that this is not real. Well, here I have some statements I received directly from detainees this past weekend. And I'm going to read from these, written in their own hands. For the record, they were in Spanish, but I will be translated into English. This letter was signed by 24 detainees. The women said, "No entiendo qué está pasando con su cuerpo, ni qué hicieron con su cuerpo." Translated, they do not understand what is happening to their body, nor what they did to their body. Mr. Speaker, imagine if you were put under in surgery and were not told what was being done to your body, and you went through the surgery. This is what's happening to some of these women. They went on to say, "Le vamos a hacer un estudio," los dijeron, "y habéis engañados, porque una sala de cirugías no debe de ser una escuela." Translation, they told them they were going to perform a study. Now, that is alarming if it is true. They were performing a study, and they deceived them because the surgery room should not be a school. Mr. Speaker, imagine if you were told they were doing a study on your body and not being told what for or what any side effects may be. Nothing, nada, is what these women were told. They also said, ¿por qué nos castigan más? Nos mandan con un loco despiadado que mutila cuerpos y nos deportan para que nadie diga nada. Translation, why are we being punished? You sent us to a crazy person that mutilates bodies, and they deport us so that we won't say anything. Well, Mr. Speaker, again, imagine having your bodies mutilated and then being deported to have you silenced. This is what's happening to some of these women. When I asked 3 of the detainees I spoke to if they ever got an explanation of any of this in their own language, if they had the procedure and their options explained to them, and if they understood the chilling effect of these surgeries, all 3 of them laughed, almost in unison at me, and they responded, claro que no, of course not. Mr. Speaker, many women have been violated in the most horrific way imaginable. One relayed having a doctor, without explanation, putting his hands in her vagina without gloves. That's an assault in my books, and we need to recognize it as such. Many remain confused about what was done to their bodies. Some had life-altering surgeries performed on them without consenting or truly understanding the long-term repercussions on their reproductive health. These actions recall a time in our history when Black and brown women were subject to forced sterilizations and medical experiments. This cannot be allowed to happen in America today. We can never let it happen ever again. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, in my mind, is just a first step in getting justice for these women. We need to shut down the Irwin ICE Detention Center pending all investigations. The detainees should be released to their families or sponsors so they can get a complete medical review. We must get to the bottom of this and make sure that it stopped. And the FBI must investigate LaSalle Corrections and its contractors, especially the medical staff and the doctor, for any conflict of interest, any self-dealing, and any possible fraudulent billing. Mr. Speaker, this is the most horrific example of human rights violations I've ever seen. And sadly, it's happening here in our very own country, and it must be stopped. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from California.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to my good colleague from New York, who was also on the CODEL with us, Mr. Espaillat.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Natler. Thank you, Ms. Jayapal, for advancing this important resolution. Last week, I visited the Irwin Detention Center in Georgia, along with a dozen of my colleagues. I have visited some of these ICE detention centers before, and I've seen the horrible conditions that immigrants and refugees face across the country. We all remember the unspeakable stories about how children were separated from their mothers and fathers, and how they cried for them in the middle of the night, and how they were separated thousands of miles apart. Mr. Speaker, I came to the United States from the Dominican Republic as a young boy, knowing this nation was a beacon of hope and opportunity. Never in my wildest dream did I ever thought that I would be a member of Congress. But I also never had the nightmare that I will be summoned, that I will be asked to investigate this horror story that has manifested itself at Irwin. While there, I spoke to a handful of women whose stories made me so angry about this country, the country that I've grown to love, angry about how our laws have been twisted by a sick administration that treats innocent women so cruelly. Women who want nothing more than the same freedoms and opportunities that I once sought myself. Women who put their lives on the line to get here. I spoke to a woman from the DR who crossed El Canal de la Mona with 30 men and 3 other women, 7 days in the Caribbean Sea, only to have later on her health and well-being put in great risk by the U.S. government themselves. One of them told me that she was treated like an animal, that the appropriate instruments that needed to be used for her test were not used, that they were invasive and aggressive tests. She told me they stuck her, that the doctor stuck his hand on her private parts, Mr. Speaker. I am told one woman has been bleeding for more than 2 weeks. Let's shut down this center. Let's arrest the doctors and anybody that was involved in perpetrating this crime. Let's shut down Irwin right now, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from California continues to reserve. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Chicago, Mr. Garcia. From Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Congresswoman Jayapal's resolution to condemn unwanted and unnecessary medical procedures without the full informed consent of individuals. From the 30s to the 70s, Puerto Rican women were sterilized in order to control population growth. Throughout the 60s and 70s, anti-immigrant sentiment resulted in the highest number of recorded state-sanctioned sterilizations of Mexican women in California. And now in 2020, we learn of allegations that immigrant women in ICE custody are being subjected to forced hysterectomies. The stories we've heard from Georgia's Irwin County Detention Center are horrendous, but sadly not new. They are a reminder of our country's dark history and forcing women of color to be sterilized, robbing black and brown women of full autonomy over their bodies and reproductive freedoms is white supremacy in action. In any other country, we would denounce these horrific incidents as violations of human rights. I stand with my colleagues in strong support of the resolution to condemn these atrocities and hold those involved accountable. I'm disgusted but not surprised. This administration has dehumanized immigrants time and time again. Those seeking asylum have been stripped of their dignity and are some now scarred for life. This is a violation of human rights, a violation of human dignity, and an atrocious violation of privacy and safety. What happened in Georgia is criminal and must be condemned so that it may never happen again. I strongly urge adoption of this resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington continues to reserve. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, who is a doctor himself and provided very, very important feedback on the CODEL as he came with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Judiciary Committee, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus for organizing the trip to Irwin County Detention Center. I was one of those that went to witness firsthand what was going on. I want to thank Representative Jayapal for this resolution and her leadership in this matter. As a medical and public health expert, I have found 3 gross categories of violations in Irwin County Detention Center. One is there was not sufficient precautions to prevent COVID-19 from causing an outbreak in the facilities. There was only 1 mask issued upon arrival, and the second mask was not issued until the day before we arrived, knowing that we were going to arrive. Some women were there for 6, 7 months. The second is that there was a COVID-19 positive patient in the facility, yet at the medical quarters, nobody was wearing an N95 mask, which could put the staff and other people in jeopardy. The COVID-19 patient was reported to be in isolation during the time that we were there. Furthermore, the second problem in public health is the lack of hygiene maintenance in the facility. There were reports that the curtains were infested with mold. There was mold in the showers. Clothing hadn't been washed. They were issued sweatpants and sweatshirts. They were visibly dirty and torn. When I inspected the showers myself, I saw that, in fact, there was mold in the showers. The curtains were replaced the day before or 2 days before we had arrived. And so that is a problem in the face of human dignity and also in requiring personal hygiene to stay safe from COVID-19. Furthermore, going back to the first category, I forgot to mention that the bunk beds were very small and they were only 3 feet apart in their sleeping quarters, so that was also not following CDC recommendations. Now, can I have one more minute?
Grant an additional minute.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 1 minute.
Now, in terms of the third violation, which is the most outstanding and outrageous violation, was that procedures were done without the women's informed consent. There were gynecological procedures like was mentioned, total hysterectomy, partial hysterectomy. Most of them were oophorectomies. Most of them were cystectomies. But the point here is that whenever you have any gynecological procedure, that can result in scarring, in future pain, in possible chronic pain, and also infertility. And so, therefore, you need informed consent. And it is medical practice to have informed consent, which requires an explanation of your disease, of the illness, of the procedure, including risks, and any alternative options, including the option of doing nothing in the language that the patient understands. Not doing so, not documenting it, is a violation of that informed consent. And violating informed consent and putting a blade to a woman's body without her understanding or her informed consent is an assault. And that is why we need fully to condemn this practice. That is why we need to fully investigate through the Inspector General, through the FBI, through the Georgia Medical and Surgeon License Board to ensure that this doesn't happen, that it is not happening in other private detention facilities throughout the country, in rural areas where perhaps they think they might get away with it because, after all, these are very disempowered women without very strong advocacy in those locations. So I'm very thankful for the lawyers, for those that brought this to light, that have empowered the voices, including a 22-year-old woman who now will never be able to have children. So I support this resolution to send a very strong message to all facilities and all doctors that every woman requires fully informed consent before any procedure.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from California.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to my distinguished and wonderful colleague, Ms. Jackson Lee from Texas, who has been on the front lines of this issue since it started and has provided already so much to the women who have been detained at Irwin.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the Speaker very much. We awoke this morning to daunting news in this nation, and I know that the nation prays. I want to thank the gentlelady from Washington with her distinguished service, and our fellow co-leaders and co-sponsors, Congresswoman Custer and Garcia and Franco, and really all of those who rose in the immediacy of our visit to be able to sign on to H.R. 1153. In the spirit of our late friend and colleague, America is better than this. America is better than this. First, to my Republican friends, I hope that they will rise today and vote for this legislation. If they read it, they will understand there's no condemnation of ICE. There is an accountability that each and every one of us who serves the people of the United States is obligated to do. We are obligated to be accountable. We are obligated to treat every human being with decency. Am I reminded, though this is a circumstance that pained my heart, am I reminded of the man that killed 9 at Mother Emanuel Church, was taken to get a burger before he was taken to jail because he said he was hungry. No one seems to condemn that. It certainly hurt my heart. 9 people of faith praying were killed, murdered in their church and left lying in blood. But he was taken to get a burger. Why should these women be treated any less? Why is this resolution, why is it so intimidating? All we say, condemning the performance of unwanted, unnecessary medical procedures on individuals without their full informed consent, recognizing that everyone deserves to control their own reproductive choices and make informed choices about their bodies. We have been saying that all along, my friends on the other side of the aisle. I hope they join in that. They want a singular path. We say people with their God, young women with their God, their family, and their medical professional. Acknowledges that further accountability, oversight, and transparency is necessary to protect the people in the custody of DHS and ICE. To make sure these women are not deported, as we are in the midst of an Inspector General's report, thankful to the Judiciary Committee and Chairman and the colleagues who led this letter of over 180 plus members, that IG inspector's investigation is proceeding, but they need to have those witnesses, and this resolution is crucial because it lays out intimate facts that we heard personally from women. And I don't know, I know that I was here for debates on partial birth abortion. That is obviously not what it was. It's a medical procedure to save the mother's life. But when have we ever discussed the private examinations of women, how private we are, in order to get America to understand how this was? Women should rise up not respecting their party. They should rise up when they know that procedures were done without consent, physically touched, could not speak English. All women seem to get the same diagnosis, remove the fallopian tube. Pauline, I will not call her last name. I sat with her for an hour and a half, and she described what happened, sedated, did not know, told after she came out of the sedation, broke down in tears. I pay tribute to her. And almost about to be on the verge of deportation, a witness. The whistleblower, a mother of 5 children, single mother of 5 children. She needed her job. Demoted because she had the courage to talk about examinations, surgeries. Only women would understand examinations without lubricant. Young women in the prime of fertility, crying. Beds, this is a private center contracted by the government. Beds that look like they had been there since the 1800s. These were metal beds. I have never seen a bunk bed this thin. This is a place waiting for COVID-19 because they are so close. The beds themselves are 2 feet to 4 feet away. You know what their COVID-19 practice is for protection? is to have one head this way and one head that way. There is no mask. The air is going, and you have no way. No way. Do you have 30 seconds?
Gentlewoman is recognized for 30 seconds.
You have no way to protect these women in this crowded scenario. And there's a men's site. By the way, this is a for-profit center, so they take U.S. Marshal individuals. They take county individuals. It's just a potpourri of persons. They have women who have been there for 3 years plus. I don't blame the workers or even the agency, the sub-agency, the policies of this administration dealing with immigrants who are human beings and have due process rights accordingly as being in the United States. And so I leave you with this. Please pass 1153, because this is drawn by this woman who says liberty, because we are daughters, we are mothers, we are human beings. The nation is better than this. Vote for 1153 to stop these procedures and stop these nonprofit prisons from taking advantage
time has expired.
of
Gentlewoman
us.
from
I yield
Washington
back.
reserves.
Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
from California reserves.
I reserve.
All right. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is left?
Gentlewoman from Washington has 1 minute remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. John Adams' famous observation bears repeating here today. He said, "Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence." Well, we've heard a great deal from the other side about their passions, but we don't have all the facts. That's what the ongoing investigations will provide us. The facts that stubbornly present themselves on this matter here today are these. The AP found no evidence of mass hysterectomies at this facility. The hospital that performs them for the facility reports that 2 have been performed on ICE detainees since 2017. The hospital tells us the allegations are demonstrably false. Demonstrably. In other words, they can prove it. The attorney who made the allegations that have given rise to this debate today admitted to the Washington Post that they were not based on any evidence and that she included them, quote, whether or not true, to prompt the investigation. And all the wishes and inclinations of the other side to abolish ICE, repeal our immigration laws, throw our borders open, all the other things that have been proposed from time to time, and all of the vitriolic passions that we've heard from the other side today cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. More facts and evidence will be presented to us as the investigation unfolds, and that will tell us exactly what happened at this facility. And I would strongly advise my friends to await the investigation to inform us and to guide us. My Democratic colleagues are fond of saying that we must always follow the data. I now commend to them their own advice and yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me close by saying that to my good colleague across the aisle, when he says that first reports are always wrong, let me ask, is that like the first reports of family separation or kids in cages? And when my colleague says, let the investigation continue, that is exactly what this resolution does. It specifically defines the ability to keep these women who will be witnesses in this investigation in the United States. And in fact, just yesterday, last week, we had to once again make sure that a woman was not deported who had her left fallopian tube removed, and it was confirmed by independent gynecologists. Now, Mr. Speaker, I really believe that we crafted this resolution in a way that it could truly be a bipartisan resolution, that it protects the ability for this investigation to continue with all the facts at the table, and we are grateful that there is an investigation going. But in order to have a proper investigation, we need to have these witnesses here. We need to make sure that the women who have had these procedures are actually able to get care, and we need to make sure that this House says very clearly in any situation that these unnecessary, unwanted medical procedures, if true, done without consent and knowledge, are wrong. That is all this resolution does, and I hope my colleagues on the other side will vote yes with us on this resolution. Thank you, Mr.
All
Speaker.
time to debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1164, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and on the preamble as amended. The question is on the adoption on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. Gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 965, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. How do you say his last name? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1164, I call up House Resolution 1154, condemning QAnon and rejecting the conspiracy theories it promotes, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1154, resolution condemning QAnon and rejecting the conspiracy theories it promotes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1164, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, and the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.Res. 1154.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, QAnon is a movement promoting a collection of unfounded conspiracy theories that have spread on the internet over the last several years. These conspiracy theories undermine public trust in our democratic institutions and our election process. And that is why I am pleased to support this important bipartisan resolution by Representatives Malinowski and Riggleman. QAnon initially alleged that prominent Americans are engaged in a secret plot to control the world, while using their power to exploit children. It now extends to a range of dangerous conspiracy theories. The FBI has assessed with high confidence that, quote, fringe political conspiracy theories, end quote, including QAnon, again a quote, very likely to motivate some domestic extremists, wholly or in part, to engage in criminal or violent activity, and that these conspiracy theories very likely encourage the targeting of specific people, places, and organizations, thereby increasing the likelihood of violence against these targets. Close quote. As the members may know, the resolution's lead sponsor, Representative Malinowski, has himself faced threats from QAnon supporters after he was falsely accused of lobbying to protect sexual predators. According to the Combating Terrorism Center at the West Point Military Academy, again a quote, QAnon is arguably no longer simply a fringe conspiracy theory, but an ideology that has demonstrated its capacity to radicalize to violence individuals at an alarming speed, end quote. Fortunately, a growing number of political leaders recognize the threat that QAnon poses, and that includes Republican House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, who recently said that, quote, there is no place for QAnon in the Republican Party. The Malinowski-Riggleman resolution does several things. It condemns QAnon and rejects the conspiracy theories that it promotes. It encourages the FBI and all federal law enforcement agencies to continue to strengthen their focus on preventing violence, threats, harassment, and other criminal activity by extremists motivated by fringe political conspiracy theories. And finally, it urges all Americans, regardless of our beliefs or partisan affiliation, to seek information from authoritative sources and to engage in political debate from a common factual foundation. I would hope that these are principles we could all agree with on a bipartisan basis. I urge all members to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution, which condemns an extremist group known as QAnon. I have to admit that I'd only recently heard of this group, and I didn't know any of the details of their beliefs or tactics until this resolution was brought to us. But from what I've read, they are a delusional group that began with an internet post in 2017. They hold the bizarre belief that the federal government is infested with satanic pedophiles who are busy running a global child sex trafficking ring when they're not plotting against President Trump. Now, I'm tempted to say you can't make this stuff up, but obviously somebody did make this stuff up, and given the reach of the internet, it is apparently being taken seriously by some extremists who are turning to violence. Lest it get out of hand, it is appropriate for the House to speak with one voice on behalf of all of our communities across this great nation in condemning QAnon and its conspiracy theories. It should be clear to every man and woman of goodwill in this country that this group seeks only to further roil our society and divide our citizens along lines of race, religion, and politics. Even in this highly polarized political climate, I think we can all agree on this. But let me ask us all to do so without attempting to smear any party or candidate with the ravings from this, the lunatic fringe of our society. That term, lunatic fringe, was popularized by Theodore Roosevelt. He wrote this in his autobiography. He said, quote, "Then among the wise and high-minded people who in self-respecting and genuine fashion strive earnestly for peace, there are the foolish fanatics always to be found in such a movement and always discrediting it, the men who form the lunatic fringe in all reform movements." He continued, "As I've already said, there is a lunatic fringe to every reform movement." We have seen that borne out in the turbulent period of history that we now occupy, and how we deal with it will determine whether we can calm the political waters and restore peace and tranquility to our cities and civil discourse to our conversations. And in that regard, it's important to note that QAnon and the lunatic fringe on the right no more speak for the right than Antifa and the lunatic fringe on the left speak for the left. Both are poisonous to our democratic institutions, and both are destructive of what Lincoln called the mystic chords of memory that should unite us as a free people. So allow me to voice my hope that we will see similar condemnations of the lunatic fringe that has been given free rein in recent months to rampage, loot, vandalize, and burn so many of our towns and cities across America. QAnon and its allied groups are real, but Antifa and its allied groups are also real. Both are direct threats to our democracy because both threaten to employ violence for political ends, and that is the very definition of terrorism. No free society can long endure if their acts of violence are excused, ignored, or tolerated. Lincoln said it best: "There is no grievance that is a fit object for redress by mob law." To that I would add this observation: without law enforcement, there is no law, and without law, there is no civilization. I would express the fervent hope that before we adjourn, we will entertain condemnations of all groups and all sides that employ violence for political ends by name. Wednesday night, the Rules Committee rejected a motion on a party line vote that would have brought to the floor a resolution condemning Antifa and its allied groups concurrent with this resolution. That would demonstrate that this House speaks clearly and stands united against all such groups that have wrought such division and destruction in our communities. That's especially important when we survey the violence perpetrated by the lunatic fringe in Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, Chicago, New York City, Washington, D.C., Louisville, Kentucky, Minneapolis, and even Kenosha, Wisconsin. It is especially important when the mayors of these cities have withheld police protection from their own citizens, leaving innocent and peaceful shopkeepers and residents to the mercy of mob law, and when prosecutors have refused to hold accountable those who have perpetrated this violence upon the American people. There is precious little time before the election to take a stand clearly and unambiguously against all political violence, and with one voice to stand with the rule of law and not with the rule of the mob. If we could speak together on this most important issue, maybe we could start to find our way back to other fundamental principles and institutions that has always united us as a people and made our nation, in Lincoln's words, the last best hope of mankind on this earth. So please, my Democratic friends, do not squander this fleeting opportunity to turn back from the perilous road we're on and reclaim the precious legacy our forefathers left us. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California Reserve, gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my honor to yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, a leader in our caucus, Mr. Malinowski from New Jersey.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's one of the oldest lies in the world, a blood libel. And it always goes something like this, that there is a powerful secret group of people who just happen, many of them, to be Jewish, and they're trying to control the world and, for good measure, kidnapping our children. This is the central conspiracy theory that QAnon promotes today. And it sounds crazy, so crazy that sometimes we don't take it seriously enough. But throughout history, conspiracy theories, just like this one, have fueled prejudice, terrorism, even genocide. And today, social media is fanning the flames. Their algorithms know everything about us, what we search for online, our biases, and they feed us more and more extreme versions of what they think we want so that we stay glued to our screens and see more ads and buy more stuff. That, above all, is what is causing so many of our fellow Americans to fear and hate one another. And while many extremist groups on the left and the right are recruiting followers online, nothing today matches the scale of QAnon. Nothing comes close. On Facebook alone, QAnon pages and groups have had up to 3 million members. There have been days this year when the most widely shared social media messages in the country are those promoted by QAnon. The physical threat is also real. The FBI, as we've heard, says that political conspiracy theories like QAnon increasingly motivate domestic extremists to commit violence. The Combating Terrorism Center at West Point says that QAnon has demonstrated its capacity to radicalize to violence individuals at an alarming speed. And QAnon adherents have, in fact, committed numerous criminal and violent acts in the last 2 years. I think the greater threat is to our social fabric. QAnon is like a pill that immunizes you against objective reality, which millions of our fellow Americans are taking. It destroys trust in government, in democratic institutions, in science, and in facts. Mr. Speaker, the resolution we will pass today categorically condemns QAnon. It has an equal number of Republican and Democratic co-sponsors. I want to thank them. Representatives Riggleman, Kinzinger, Fitzpatrick, Gottheimer, and Luria. Our goal is a fully bipartisan repudiation of this incredibly dangerous phenomenon. Extremist movements gain validation from the belief that they are making inroads into the mainstream. So it's important to make clear we are unified against them, both parties. No hedging, no winks and nods. Now, there's just one more point I want to make today, and that is that when we vote for this resolution today, and I'm confident we will all vote for it, we need to mean it. And here's the only reference that I will make to partisan differences. It is an objective fact that this particular group of extremists today identifies with the right. There are a lot of them. And right now, even as we vote to condemn QAnon, there are political operatives out there putting out vile attacks that deliberately play to the paranoid fears QAnon promotes. Some people may rationalize this by pretending, oh, QAnon, it's not that bad. These folks are just against sex trafficking, which is a real threat, or that they're just against the deep state, and hey, so is President Trump. Some might say there are crazy groups on the left too, and that is absolutely true. And this resolution condemns them all. But you know what? When I criticize Antifa, as I have, I don't get half a dozen death threats in a day. Only one of these things, for now at least, is considered an active terrorist threat by the FBI. Only one is a political force. Only one is winning elections. Remember what QAnon is. It is an anti-Semitic, conspiracy-mongering cult that the FBI considers a potential terrorist threat, and it has real growing political power. So, if you vote against fire today, please don't play with fire tomorrow. Don't be righteous here today and then go QAnon light on the campaign trail. Don't do or say anything to fan the flames further. Mr. Speaker, America desperately needs to come together. Conspiracy theories are tearing us apart. Let us pass this resolution and do it overwhelmingly and with true conviction so that we can say clearly we have all had enough. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield such time as he may consume to the co-sponsor of this resolution, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Riggleman.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin today, I do want to extend my best wishes to President Trump and Melania. Our thoughts and prayers are with them as they battle COVID-19. I also want to thank Tom Malinowski for the amazing discussions that we have had going forward on this resolution, the amazing person to work with, and I thank you for your work, Mr. Malinowski, and everybody else. I do rise today at a pivotal moment in our nation's history and a moment of reckoning for our national discourse. The vitriol and anger spewing from both sides of the political aisle, echoing across the darkest corners and caverns of the internet, has led to violence and hate, divisiveness and anger. It has all but extinguished the light of reasonable political discourse in this great country called by so many a city on the hill. But we cannot continue to be this beacon of hope if we have been for so long, if we can't address the issues holding us back, the webs that have ensnared us, and the mistrust that has invaded our politics. The resolution before us today is not a panacea, but it asks us a question about our purpose here in this august body. Will we stand up and condemn a dangerous, dehumanizing, and convoluted conspiracy theory that the FBI is assessed with high confidence is very likely to motivate some domestic extremist, wholly or in part, to engage in criminal or violent activity? When my friend and colleague, Representative Malinowski, and I introduced a resolution condemning the QAnon conspiracy theory, we knew that we could draw the ire of those that believe in fantastical theories. We were condemning something that is a danger to our political discourse. QAnon believers have accused me of running a pedophilia ring for Israel, being a member of the Zionist organizational government, been called a traitor, accompanied by a picture of the gallows, and stated I was part of a target list. The grotesque nature of the tweets and Instagram posts and the anti-Semitic tripe spewed by QAnon adherents should cause concern for everyone. Obviously, this is all ridiculous, much like their theory. But the death threats Tom Malinowski received were a surprise and a shock. This type of behavior is easily condemned by all of us here in this chamber today. Putting aside the bizarre views of QAnon adherents, I call on this body to condemn them because of their actions, actions that include threatening the life of my friend, Tom Malinowski, plotting to plant a bomb in the Illinois Capitol Rotunda to make Americans aware of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, the murder of a man in New York in '29, and other such activities. QAnon and the conspiracy theories it promotes are a danger and a threat that has no place in our country's politics. I condemn this movement and urge all of my fellow members to join me in taking this step to exclude them and other extreme conspiracy theories from the national discourse. We talk about the First Amendment all the time. It is absolutely appropriate for the members of this body to use the First Amendment to call out those that are using their First Amendment gift, that First Amendment gift to the United States citizens, to attack other individuals. This nation has passed through stronger storms than this, and definitely in the past, and we will come out stronger still. But it takes leadership from the top to stand up against extreme ideas like QAnon. I call on this House to do that today. Support this resolution, pass it. I agree with my friend and colleague, Tom Malinowski, that we should not be playing with fire. I've been in the intelligence business. I know the power of information operations and false information. Again, let's pass this resolution. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from California Reserve. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, one of the stages of deprogramming cult members is to point out the differences between the cult's ideology and reality. And QAnon is a cult. In an effort to reach some of the people who have fallen under its control, I'd like to point out a few facts. Mass shootings are not staged so that the government can come and take away your guns. John F. Kennedy Jr. died more than 20 years ago in a tragic aircraft accident. He is not in hiding, nor is he going to be President Trump's running mate. And President Trump is not fighting a secret war against a satanic child molesting network of politicians. It's a sad statement that discussing such obvious absurdities is occurring in this chamber today. But the fact is that some have praised QAnon and encouraged the growth of this cult, even as the FBI has labeled it a domestic terror threat. And sadly, with the support of the White House and even some members of Congress, QAnon has moved from the darkest corners of the internet into the mainstream of today's political discourse. This November, there will be 22 QAnon or individuals on the ballot for the House and the Senate who have either been endorsed by or lent credence to QAnon. This is a threat to public safety and to our democracy as a whole. This movement needs to be condemned, and its followers need to be brought back to reality, just as we would do with any other cult. And so I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Malinowski, for his leadership on this resolution, for the hard work he did to make certain that the condemnation of this dangerous cult is bipartisan. And I hope all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will support this resolution so we can send a message clearly and strongly to the American people that this cult is dangerous for our public discourse, dangerous for our democracy, and dangerous for our communities. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve, and I have no further speakers, and so I'm ready to close when
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we have just a couple more speakers. I yield now 3 minutes to my good colleague and friend from Illinois, Representative Schakowsky.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 1154 and call on all of my colleagues to denounce the dangerous QAnon conspiracy theories. You know, QAnon is a new front on an old war and relies on anti-Semitic tropes in order to spread the message. QAnon followers actually believe that the world is controlled by a secret cabal of child abusers who will drink the blood of their victims. The FBI has linked the group to domestic terror and considers it a continuing terrorist threat. I want to thank Tom Malinowski for leading this and now for the kind of messages that he is getting, very, very frightening. And I also want to thank Denver Riggleman, and all of the bipartisan sponsors of this legislation. Just last week, my subcommittee held a hearing on how social media mainstreams extremism. When we heard from our witnesses, it was really terrifying. QAnon and other extreme groups have thrived for years on the internet, recruiting members, promoting racism, dividing our communities, and plotting actions of violence. And as people have suffered, big tech has prospered and profited. Algorithms that amplify profits for platforms like Facebook and YouTube, Twitter, also amplify extremism. This week, Facebook announced a ban on ads that support QAnon. Good, but it's far too little and far too late. Facebook users who are in QAnon-associated groups will still be able to see extremist content just further down the road on their news feeds. Moreover, Facebook groups promoting anti-Semitism have grown by 27% in the past week. Congress needs to denounce right now this kind of hate rhetoric, and big tech must be held accountable for profiting on this hate. Before I close, I would like to also state my support for House Resolution 1153 and thank Pramila Jayapal for leading the effort, and to Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer for their help on this resolution as well. Thank you.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentle lady for yielding. I rise today to urge a yes vote, a unanimous yes vote, on Mr. Malinowski's resolution. And quite frankly, I cannot believe that I have to stand on the floor of the United States House of Representatives to issue these remarks. Every one of us here swore the very same oath to defend our nation from enemies, both foreign and domestic. And QAnon is a dangerous enemy lurking right within our borders that must be forcefully and again, unanimously condemned. What they propagate is not real. Their baseless conspiracy theories, lies, and fear-mongering are creating something, however, that is very real. And that is division, it is hate, and if left unaddressed, violence against fellow Americans. Just this week alone, my dear friend, Representative Malinowski, has received numerous death threats for simply condemning QAnon. And Representative Spanberger, a former CIA officer, has been labeled a terrorist. And how could we forget Representatives Scalise and Giffords, both being shot within the last number of years by deranged people? Every one of you here knows the very lives of our colleagues are now at risk. So who's going to speak against it? Has hate really become a partisan issue? Is reality really up for debate? I applaud my friend, my dear friend, Representative Riggleman, who has spoken very forcefully and immediately against QAnon, and I know others are following suit. But for those who don't, for those who do not, what reason could you possibly have to remain silent? My friends, we are all Americans, every single one of us. And Americans are looking to us right now to model principled, thoughtful, decent leadership at this increasingly fragile time in our history, and history shall be our judge. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Moulton.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to September 11th, President Bush and this Congress sent soldiers and Marines like myself across the ocean to fight against extremism. The terrorists that we fought against used violence to advance their political agendas and viewed lawmakers here as their enemies. QAnon, the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys, and other extremist groups think and operate in similar ways. But in this case, we do not have the luxury, Americans do not have the luxury of looking across the ocean at this threat and just hoping and praying that it doesn't come home. Members of these groups are American. Politicians have unforgivably embraced them. Social media platforms legitimize them to an unwitting public. Well, I've had enough. QAnon followers like to say in their vague, ominous ramblings that no one can stop what is coming. That's wrong. We can. And we will. Do not let the unforgivable mainstream support for these groups raise doubts about our nation's resolve in this fight against extremism, that we will stop what is coming, and then we will build a safer, stronger America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has yielded back his time. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Texas and a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Hope my time has not run. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the gentlelady that's managing this resolution. Thank you very much, Mr. Malinowski, for bringing us together. I think I started out earlier this morning by saying the nation is better than this. It is not because people do not have the right to espouse views that I may disagree with. But when those views become detrimental to innocent Americans, when those views take the very hostile and historically violent form of anti-Semitism, when they begin to attack and marginalize groups, when they evidence themselves, as we saw, although not claiming to be part of QAnon, that scene in Charlottesville with tiki torches saying that part of the nation did not belong here, in essence threatening people of color, Jewish people. I believe this resolution is crucial. It is crucial because it is dangerous to remain silent. And as we have looked at QAnon, it is attempting to speak of fringe beliefs that can be enormously dangerous. It can actually motivate domestic extremists, which may result in harm to innocent persons. The FBI has made an assessment with high confidence that the fringe political conspiracy theories, including QAnon, are motivating domestic extremists. And where QAnon adherents have been implicated in one particular case of a man arrested in 2018 for plotting to plant a bomb in the Illinois Capitol Rotunda to make Americans aware of Pizzagate. And I think we're also aware of, during the last election, presidential election, someone driving and rushing to a restaurant in Washington, D.C. and going in the basement, suggesting that pedophiles and the then presidential candidate was involved in it. These are dangerous positions. They're not just that I disagree because the philosophy is different from Sheila Jackson Lee. It is that we must not be silent, for there have been atrocities perpetrated around the world historically because people remained silent. And the atrocities in Germany come to mind. We remained silent. Or the genocide in Sudan, we remained silent. And so this resolution is crucial. It is as crucial as the work we will do in addressing the sin, the original sin of this nation, and that was slavery. But I rise today to support H.R. 1154 that condemns QAnon and rejects conspiracy theories. I ask my colleagues to support this, and I thank the author of this legislation for his courage and leadership. I yield back.
Time has expired. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll close as I began. Extremist groups on the right and the left that advocate violence as a method of achieving political goals threaten the very foundations of our democracy, and I fully support this resolution and its denunciation of one such group called QAnon. But the American people can see with their own eyes where the violence on our streets is coming from, and I deeply regret that the majority is not willing to call out by name such groups as Antifa or to acknowledge that such evil forces even exist. We must speak out together against all such groups, and I'm deeply troubled that for some reason we cannot. We need to know who's funding these groups. We can already see with our own eyes who's encouraging them. We can see with our own eyes whose mayors have deliberately withheld police protection from their citizens as these extremist-driven mobs run rampant in our communities. We can see with our own eyes those politicians calling for defunding police departments that are the only means of defense that our citizens have. We can see with our own eyes those prosecutors who have refused to hold accountable those who perpetrate violence in our communities and who instead prosecute citizens who are desperately trying to defend themselves. So I'm pleased to support this resolution, but it is no substitute for a clear and unambiguous stand against all political extremism and violence that this House, for some reason, refuses to take. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I offer closing remarks, I did want to ask for unanimous consent to introduce into the record for H.Res. 1153 a set of letters, translations of letters from the Irwin County Detention Center and the original letters, copies.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me start by thanking Mr. Malinowski and Mr. Riggleman for this bipartisan resolution, such an important statement. And I do hope all of my colleagues in this chamber vote for the resolution. I am troubled that some might try to take this bipartisan resolution and introduce other aspects that include calling out cities like mine, the city of Seattle, in other baseless comments. But the most important thing is to return to the context of this resolution. And the context is that it is sad that in the year 2020, a baseless anti-Semitic conspiracy theory has infected the political discourse of our great democracy. This body should not be giving such an unhinged internet hoax the time of day. Frankly, it is sad that in the past few weeks, the House has had to pass several resolutions, including a resolution calling for a peaceful transfer of power after this year's presidential election, to publicly reinforce democratic customs and norms that until recently were beyond question But circumstances yet again require this body to make a statement. Through social media, this internet hoax has become so widespread that it has inspired threats and even acts of violence across the country, including against our members on both sides of the aisle. Unfortunately, rather than condemn this hoax, rhetoric that comes from the White House has instead given comfort to QAnon followers and credence to their belief in fabricated and fantastical theories. So under these circumstances, it is so good to be doing a bipartisan resolution in this House. It is imperative that the House of Representatives make it clear to the American people that QAnon is a hoax and that we absolutely and completely condemn the violence perpetrated by its adherents. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Washington yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1164, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 965, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 1153, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1153, resolution condemning unwanted, unnecessary medical procedures on individuals without their full informed consent.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kennedy pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kennedy will vote yes on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lipinski pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lipinski will vote present on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Daggett pursuant to House Resolution 965, I will inform the House that Ms. Daggett will vote yes on HR Resolution 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on House Resolution 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desagne, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Desagne will vote yes on HRES 1153.
Sorry about that. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Richmond pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Richmond will vote aye on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 965, inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes. That's it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Garamendi pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote yes on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on House Resolution 1153. As the member designated by Mr. Levin of Michigan pursuant to House Resolution 965, I notify the House that Mr. Levin will vote aye on House Resolution 1153. As the member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Blunt Rochester will vote aye on House Resolution 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Fudge pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Representative Fudge will vote aye on H.Res. 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on H.Res. 1153. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of California pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.Res. 1153. As the member designated by Mr. Huffman of California pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on H.Res. 1153. As the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on H.Res. 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H.Res. 1153. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.Res. 1153. And as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on H.Res. 1153.
Does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida pursuant to House Res. 965, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on House Res. 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Napolitano will vote yes on House Resolution 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRes 1153. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote yes on HRes 1153.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Donald Norcross pursuant to HRes 965, I will inform the House that Mr. Norcross will vote yes on Resolution 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Capter of Ohio pursuant to H Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Capter will vote aye on H Resolution 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mucarsel Powell of Florida pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Ms. Mucarsel Powell will vote yea on HRes 1153. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on HRes 1153. And, Mr. Speaker, pursuant as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on HR 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on House Resolution 1153, condemning unwanted, unnecessary medical procedures on individuals without their full informed consent. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona, pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu of California pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Chu will vote yes on House Resolution 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Johanna Hayes, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Hayes will vote yes on House Resolution 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as a member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty pursuant to H-Reds 965, I inform the House that Ms. Joyce Beatty will vote yes on H-Reds 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 1153. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H-Res 1153. As the member designated by Congressman Jose Serrano pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Congressman Serrano will vote yea on H-Res 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Designated by Ms. Moore of Wisconsin pursuant to H-Res 965. I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on H-Res 1153. As the member designated by Mr. Liu of California pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H-Res 1153. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal of California pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H-Res 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Lowy pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Representative Lowy will indeed vote aye on H-Res 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yea on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on House Resolution 1153.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 232, nays are 156, present 4. On this vote, the yeas are 232, the nays are 157, present is 4. Resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Will House come to order? For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss where we are now and where I expect to be in the coming hours and days. First of all, I would caution all of us. We had a procedure in place where we would come in the floor in relatively small numbers and exit the floor. Our president has been, and the First Lady, has been found to be afflicted with COVID-19. We pray for their health and their safety, but we ought to also admonish ourselves to practice that distancing and that wearing a mask. We don't wear them when we're speaking so people can hear us, but I would urge all of us to understand that obviously COVID-19 is still very much among us. And for all of our sakes, and for the people's sake who we represent, who want us to be healthy and articulate their position when we come to the floor, that we would be cautious. Secondly, let me say, Mr. Speaker, that we have not, sadly, come to either a legislative agreement or an agreement between the administration and ourselves on a resolution of the next steps to take dealing with the COVID health crisis and the economic consequences of that crisis. I want to tell members that it's my expectation that this will be, after this coming vote, will be the last vote of today. There may well be, in discussions with our both sides, unanimous consent requests, but obviously they will have to be unanimous consent requests and will be agreements between both sides. In addition to that, we will not be leaving for the break that usually occurs in October for the election that is about to come, because obviously all of us want the opportunity to be talking to our constituents. But we also have a responsibility to ensure that our constituents are as safe and get the help that they need. And so while we are negotiating, and negotiations are going on as we speak between the administration and between our side of the aisle, both here and across the Capitol. Hopefully those negotiations will bear fruit sooner rather than later. When I say sooner rather than later, I hope that this weekend perhaps an agreement can be reached. Now, if an agreement is reached, all of you know it will take some time to memorialize that agreement on paper. So I do not necessarily expect that a Monday or Tuesday vote is likely. But I want everybody to know, and it will be 24 hours notice, It will not be 36, it will not be 48 hours, and I know that is difficult. But I think all of us feel on both sides of the aisle an urgency. And clearly from tactical reasons we go back and forth and try to get advantage on one another. That's what both sides do. But the fact is, I will tell you as sincerely as I can tell you, I know that the Speaker, who is negotiating with Secretary Mnuchin, I believe both of them are negotiating in goodwill, and both of them very much want to get to an agreement. I know how hard our Speaker has been working, and I know how hard Secretary Mnuchin has been working, because I know when they meet with one another, when they talk with one another on the phone, because I almost invariably get a call from the Speaker and said, this is what happens. This is where we are. And so I want to advise all of you that while this vote that is to come is going to be our last vote of the day, and I don't expect even if an agreement were reached in the next hour, that we would be able to bring something to the floor. So that after this next vote, members are free to go where they want to go. Just be aware that there will be very short, no shorter than 24 hours, notice, so that we can come back and try to do what the American people want us to do, notwithstanding the fact we have different perspectives exactly what that is. But I hope that all of us will be focused, be thinking about what can we think is a reasonable agreement that we will reach, and hopefully whatever agreement is reached will be perceived by both sides as something that we can vote for. It obviously won't have everything in it that each person wants, or maybe has something that each person or some people may not want, but we have come together 4 times, Mr. Speaker. 4 times, one by unanimous consent. There was no vote, passed by voice vote. I don't know whether everybody was for it, but at least nobody said no. And the other 3 were overwhelmingly passed. And in the Senate, I think at least twice by voice vote. So that, Mr. Speaker, is where we are at this point in time. I may make that another announcement 45 minutes from now, just to let other members know. I hope members are watching, and certainly we will send it out. Members need to check flights, obviously. My staff member tells me, I presume all of you understand that you'll have to check which flights are available. Obviously, that is a challenge. One of the things that we need to deal with is obviously the airlines. We need to deal with a lot of other things as well, and we will try to do that. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1154, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1154, resolution condemning QAnon and rejecting the conspiracy theories it promotes.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on House Resolution 1154, condemning QAnon and rejecting the conspiracy theories it promotes. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Lowy, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Representative Lowy will vote aye on H-Res 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRes 1154. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote yes on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kennedy pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Kennedy will vote yes on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as the member designated by Ms. Joyce Beatty, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty, pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Congresswoman Joyce Beatty will vote yes on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Capter of Ohio pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Ms. Capter will vote aye on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Ryan will vote yes on HRes 1154. As the member designated by Mr. Butterfield of North Carolina pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Butterfield will vote yes on HRes 1154. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of California pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on HRes 1154. As the member designated by Mr. Huffman of California pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Huffman will vote yes on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Johanna Hayes pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Hayes will vote yes on House Resolution 1154.
I need to do. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maine seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lamb will vote yea on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. DeGette pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote aye on House Resolution 1154.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu of California pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Chu will vote yes on House Resolution 1154.
For For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Franco pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Franco will vote yes on H-Res 1154. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H-Res 1154. And as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on H-Res 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Donald Norcross pursuant to H-Res 965, I will inform the House that Mr. Norcross will vote yes on HRS 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Dina Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on H-Res 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 965, I wish to inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on House Resolution 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on House Resolution 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mucarsel Powell of Florida pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Mucarsel Powell will vote yea on H.R. 1154. And as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H.R. 1154. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on H.R. 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on H-Res 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Demings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Demings will vote yes on H-Res 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on House Resolution 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Fudge pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Rep. Fudge will vote aye on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on HRes 1154. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRes 1154. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRes 1154.
Does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yes on HRes 1154. As the member designated by Congressman Jose Serrano pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Congressman Serrano will vote yes on HRes 1154. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yes on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Richmond pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Richmond will vote aye on HRes 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRes 965, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRes 1154. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin pursuant to House Res 965, I inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on House Resolution 1154. As the member designated by Mr. Levin of Michigan, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Mr. Levin will vote aye on House Resolution 1154. And as the member designated by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware, pursuant to House Resolution 965, I inform the House that Ms. Blunt Rochester will vote aye on House Resolution 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lipinski pursuant to HRES 965, I inform the House that Mr. Lipinski will vote yes on HRES 1154.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desagne pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Desagne will vote yes on H.Res. 1154.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Garamendi pursuant to H.Res. 965, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on House Res. 1154.
On this vote, the yeas are 371 and the nays are 18, with one voting present. Resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Education and Labor be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 8472 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8472, a bill to provide that, due to the disruptions caused by COVID-19, applications for impact aid funding for fiscal year 2022 may use certain data submitted in the fiscal year 2021 application.
Is there objection to consideration of the bill? Without objection, the bill is engrossed, read a third time, and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on House Resolution 1153.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the primary sponsor of H.R. 4467, the Witness Security and Protection Grant Program Act of 2019, a bill originally introduced by our friend, the late Representative Elijah Cummings of Maryland, for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings under Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, so ordered.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the primary sponsor of H.R. 2981, the Perrin-Mitchell Minority Business and Education Empowerment Act of 2019, a bill originally also introduced by our friend, the late Elijah Cummings of Maryland, for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings under Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the primary sponsor of H.R. 1966, the Henrietta Lacks Enhancing Cancer Research Act of 2019, a bill originally also introduced by Representative Cummings of Maryland for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings under Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, one of the last votes I cast as a U.S. representative was in favor of the bipartisan reforms crafted by the Select Committee on the Modernization of Congress, which I've been honored to help lead. I can think of no better way to leave the people's house. With our work done, it is time for me to begin a new chapter. It has been the honor of my life to serve the people of Georgia. I will forever be grateful for their trust and the opportunities given to me by our great nation. I hereby submit my resignation effective 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, October 4th, 2020, as United States Representative of the 14th District of Georgia. Attached is the letter I submitted to Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia. Signed sincerely, Tom Graves, Member of Congress.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to salute the extraordinary efforts of the officers and crew of the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group. These dedicated sailors deployed in late January, navigating over 60,000 nautical miles from Norfolk, Virginia to the Arabian Sea, conducting 166 sorties and 1,135 flight hours in support of Operation Freedom Sentinel in the Arabian Sea. This group deserves special recognition for their successful deployment, in which COVID-19 restrictions prevented the traditional port visits. Upon returning to home port on August 10th, the crew of the mighty Ike was underway for an astounding 206 consecutive days. To the officers and crew, including two constituents from Eastern Connecticut, Petty Officer Ashley Murata of Amston and Lieutenant Charles Peck of Old Lyme, an aviator on his first carrier deployment, who I proudly nominated to the U.S. Naval Academy in 2011, I say, bravo Zulu, the sea service signal for job well done. Thank you all for your service. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank the leadership for asking me as the chairman of the House Congressional Prayer Caucus to lead the House in prayer for our President. So I'd ask the members to join me. Father, I thank you that you are a God that hears and answers prayers, and God, you aren't partisan. And today we have been shocked with the word that our President and First Lady, Melania, have tested positive with COVID. You know and you care. God, I would pray that we would unite together, at least in this today, as a country and as a body, to pray for our President, even as your scriptures instruct us to pray for those in authority. We pray that you would spare them, that you'd heal them, even as we pray for many, many, many others in our country and around the world who have been caught with this virus. But in turn, I pray as well that you would tenderize our hearts, that you'd unify our country, even with this being brought on today. And I pray that our President would understand and take on the words of Psalm 16:1, words that meant much to George Washington, our first president, that said, "Preserve me, O God, for I take refuge in you." God, may we take refuge in you, even as our President, and may you heal our land as you heal him. It's in the name of Jesus, my Savior, I pray. Amen. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to commemorate and thank Blake Hurst for his service to the Missouri Farm Bureau and to Missouri's Agriculture Committee. Blake is a well-respected gentleman throughout the state of Missouri, not just in my home district, the 5th. He is well known in the ag community, serving as president of Missouri Farm Bureau since 2010 and vice president and district board member before that. I can attest to Blake's kindness and his open-mindedness because he's worked with this urban representative from Kansas City. For 10 years, Blake has reached out to develop a relationship and partnership as we work together to do things for our district. He understands the symbiosis that exists between rural areas and urban ones. He knows the importance of making sure that all families can put food on their table. I wish Blake well on his retirement as president of the Missouri Farm Bureau, but I know that as a farmer, he will keep busy with his family farm in Northwest Missouri and their wholesale greenhouse business. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Adeline Fagan, who passed away on September 19, 2020, at the young age of 28 following a courageous battle with COVID-19. Growing up in Central New York, Dr. Fagan always knew she wanted to practice medicine, and she was always helping people. That was her passion. She was a standout student at Bishop Ludden High School, my alma mater, and at St. Joseph's and the University of Buffalo. She traveled to Haiti 4 times on missions to serve those who lived in areas where access to health care was limited. Dr. Fagan later moved to Houston, Texas to complete a residency as an OB/GYN doctor, working rotations in the emergency room where she was routinely exposed to COVID-19 patients. Tragically, Dr. Fagan fell ill with COVID-19 and passed away last month. Members of our community have come together to remember her life and tremendous work as a daughter, sister, friend, and healthcare provider, and it is my honor to do so before this body now. Madam Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in the House join me in honoring the life of Dr. Fagan, a true hero, and all those who continue their service among these challenging conditions. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Seek permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
When the news of Justice Ginsburg's passing broke, the first text I received was from my daughter, quickly followed by messages from female friends and family from every phase of my life. The immediate outpouring of tributes was a natural and authentic testament to the Justice's outsized impact on American women over the last half-century. Justice Ginsburg carried the torch for us, for justice, for women's rights, and even, as tiny and soft-spoken as she was, as a voice for the voiceless. She broke barriers, she changed the status quo, and she never stopped pushing our country to become a more perfect union. In so doing, she became a source of intergenerational inspiration and a pop culture icon. But that intergenerational inspiration was a two-way street. I'm reminded of one of the last times I heard her speak. After making her remarks, a college student asked the Justice, "What gives you hope?" And the Justice said, "What gives me hope is the number of women running for office and the activism of younger generations, because from what I've seen, they will be the ones to affect change." We must have the courage to pass on a better nation to our children and our grandchildren. Justice Ginsburg's words are a reminder as we serve the People's House, as we manage this challenging time, as we prepare to vote in this election, that what each of us does matters and what we don't do matters. May we never stop learning from Justice Ginsburg, and may her memory be a blessing to our country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize this is the beginning of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. 1 in 8 women will develop breast cancer in her lifetime. Other than skin cancer, this is the most common cancer amongst American women. Over 42,000 of affected women are expected to die in 2020 in the United States alone. Rates have been declining since 2007, but there's more to be done to make sure they continue to decrease. As our nation battles COVID-19, many people have delayed their annual doctor's appointments. For women, delayed screening, most of all, can be dangerous if breast cancer goes undiagnosed. Early detection is key for those affected by the disease. As a husband and a father to 3 girls, raising awareness for breast cancer and encouraging them to be protective with their health is of the utmost importance. I yield back.
Are there any further requests for 1 minute speeches? The chair will now entertain special order speeches without prejudice to the possible resumption of legislative business. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2019, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I rise today to memorialize and remember a friend that I first got to know when I first got into the elective office realm. His name is Rod Lindsay, a man from Shasta County who early on, when I was a brand new candidate, a brand new legislator, and I didn't know a lot of people in other parts of our vast district that we have in rural Northern California. So, it can be maybe a little intimidating to get out and learn these new places and meet new people. And so for that brand new legislator, this man here was one that embraced me fairly early on and wanted me to be successful in that interaction that we had. Mr. Rod Lindsay was many things, but during our overlap of time as elected, he was mayor of Shasta Lake, and I was a board member of city of Shasta Lake for several terms. And more than that, he was a community leader that everybody knew and gravitated towards. His heritage goes back as a member of the Miwok Nation tribe in more central California. And Northern California is very rich and steeped in Native American culture and history. And so he was one to always help make sure that culture was part of the proceedings, part of what was going on in our communities there for different community events. He would lead prayer, he would lead dance, he would lead in many ways that helped make sure the culture of Northern California had diversity. So we lost him recently. It was August 27th, after many years of service and many years of leading. I always thought of him kind of way as everybody's elder, you know, as kind of a tribal elder for everybody in that Shasta Lake area. But he did so much to help his community as an elected, but also as an advocate for education, advocating for children for over 40 years, including as an executive director of a group known as LIFE, which is Local Indians for Education. He served on that just until he passed away. So Rod, he was a friend to many, friend to me, a leader who just cared so much about his community, his friends, his neighbors, his family, and making things right for tribes in Northern California as well. So you don't get very many like this in your lifetime, in your path that you cross. But I was proud to have walked that path in common ground with Rod Lindsay. So I appreciate the time to be able to commemorate him here and acknowledge him. Indeed, a beautiful ceremony was had for him in his community just a few days ago, and with a great outpouring of love and of shared stories and participation by local tribes in Northern California to have that heritage be celebrated as well. So, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the time that I was able to share with you about him here today. Madam Speaker, I rise today to commemorate a man who is known as a voice in not only Butte County, but where he had lived previously, but a voice of mainstream media, he called himself, Bruce Sessions. This was a surprise to me. I just got word of his passing last night, and anybody in Butte County listens to the radio much knows who he is. He spent so many years on K-Ridge Radio, broadcasting from Paradise, California, and then he was a news director at KNVR in Chico. But finally he was hired where he really came into his own on KPAY Radio in 1991 as a talk show host. All those afternoons, he hosted the KPAY Live Line. 10 years he hosted that show, a 3-hour show each afternoon. And for me, way before I got into the political realm, I was listening to it out in the fields as I drove tractor and helped plant a crop or harvest a crop or irrigate in between. He was the voice of the Live Line all those afternoons, bringing largely conservative radio content to all of us in a several county area there, and doing it with a lot of fun and doing it with a lot of humor and a lot of self-deprecation too. He was quite humorous, but also very pointed and very direct too with you. And when I finally became an elected official, you would find yourself on the on the end of, are you doing it right? Are you doing what you said you would do? So I appreciate that about him. Before being in Butte County, before moving to Magalia, California, he had spent 8 years as a reporter for radio stations down to the Las Vegas area. So I can see him fitting in pretty good down in Las Vegas as well. So Bruce Sessions indeed was a treasure for our area, and I always enjoyed him at community events and political events where he'd bring that wry humor and his Navy humor, because he did spend many years in the U.S. Navy. And one of his sayings as he signed off was, always keep a zero bubble. Keep yourself level. So when he finally retired from doing the talk show host every day for those 3 hours, he backed off a little bit and decided to still keep his fingers on the pulse. So he would have a twice daily feature on KPAY radio called Tidbits from the BS Notebook, being his initials. But there you get that wry humor again, because that might have a double meaning. So he would talk about the news events of the day and in that format, and just still keep that voice out there, keep that lively way of looking at things for those listeners in Butte County. So I always enjoyed Bruce and his commentary and his discussion on the radio. It kind of helped me to understand things about life and about politics as well, from a guy who'd been around the block and was paying attention to a lot of things while I was paying attention to farming. So Bruce, we will miss you too. And thank you for your service to his family, to those that go on. We all appreciated him in Butte County, by and large. Maybe not someone that's on the other side of the political spectrum, but that's okay. We accept him for who he is, but I enjoyed him, and am grateful to have been a friend and a listener for him for those many years in Butte County. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for the time.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Okay. Yeah, Madam Speaker, I now yield back to the chair.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2019, the gentleman from the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have relatives in California, so I'm not at all offended. Thank you so much for the time. Before I get to HRES 1168, I'd like to say just a few words about a very pressing issue in my mind. I was approached just recently by a reporter who was very nice and very kind to me, and she wanted my statements about the president and his current circumstance. And I did give her my commentary, but I'd also like to indicate that in her request, she was a little bit concerned as to whether or not people across the aisle from the president would find some degree of comfort in making statements about his condition. Well, here is what I believe. I believe that in times such as these, I believe that when a person is ill, we have to put politics aside. I believe that we should respect the humanity of every person. I have a deep abiding affinity for every person's humanity. And I explained to her that I have said a prayer for the president as early as this morning. I especially mentioned the president, the First Lady, and Ms. Hicks. And I'm saddened by what has happened, to be quite candid with you. I wish no person this illness, this virus is vicious. And my prayer is that the president will get well soon. I also mentioned that there was one bit of good news as it relates to the president, and it was that his son does not have this virus. I don't think that is the ultimate in good news. We want everybody to recover, everybody, not just the president, First Lady, Ms. Hicks. want everybody to recover, but I know how my mother loved me. And my mother would have assumed every illness that I had if she could have. She loved me to the extent that she made great sacrifices for me. So I would hope that, and I believe that the President and the First Lady, they had some degree of comfort in knowing that their son does not have this virus. And I would hope that every person in this country will get proper treatment, and every person will walk away from this virus, and that our country will be able to say that we were able to unite and overcome the virus. My final comment to the reporter was, I do want to see the President get well soon, and my prayer is that we can unite against this virus. There are many other things that we can unite around too and should unite around. But this virus is vicious, and my hope is that our country will unite against the virus. Having said this, I now rise, and still I rise. Today, in the name of liberty and justice for all, I rise. And I rise to present HRes 1168, the original National Domestic Violence Awareness Month resolutions, and I have this special order time to speak to the world, if you will, by and through this microphone, which takes a message far and wide about domestic violence. I rise today in support of those who have endured, and many continue to endure, domestic violence across our country. People are suffering from the pandemic. And those who are suffering from the pandemic and they've got domestic violence to deal with, they are suffering in some ways that I probably cannot understand. But because they are suffering, those of us who have it within our power to do something about those who suffer, I believe we must do it. I believe that too often those who suffer have to depend upon those who are comfortable to get their relief. Suffering should not be dependent upon those who decide that that's not my problem. We all have to assume that domestic violence is our problem, because domestic violence does not discriminate. It is like the virus in a sense, the coronavirus. It doesn't approach, it's not just something that's endemic to Democrats or Republicans or independents. It doesn't recognize party lines. People who engage in this activity come from all walks of life. Doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor, domestic violence can be a part of your life. And it has been the part of lives of people who have been very wealthy, very poor, and in between. Doesn't matter where you come from. It can be something that is unfortunately imposed upon you. And domestic violence, while it is something that happens to women much more often than men, it does happen to men as well. It happens to all persons regardless of race, creed, color, national origin, regardless of your sexuality. And it has especially been a problem for women who are trans. It has been a serious problem. Lives have been lost. So I rise today in support of all who would support efforts to end domestic violence. I'm not a person who wants to see things simply get better. I think better is something that we acquire before we get to the end. But that's not the end. We're not looking to just make it better. We want to end domestic violence. And I rise today with this bipartisan resolution. It's important to say this, that it's bipartisan. Members across the aisle feel as strongly about domestic violence as members on this side of the aisle. The bipartisan resolution has the support of 21 additional members of Congress. And my guess is we would have more than this 21, if not but for the fact that we had to drop the resolution on the first of the month. This is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And people are doing so many different things now, and we're leaving town. So they didn't get a chance to really review it so that they could sign on to it. I do believe that there would be many more members. But for those who have signed on, I think it appropriate to let the world know that you are part of this and that there's an anticipation that there will be others to join us. Bipartisan resolution. The resolution is co-sponsored by Reps Ann Wagner, a very dear friend. She and I have worked on many things together. Rep Rick Larson, another friend. All of these persons are persons that I've had some relationship with. Rep Pete Olson, Rep Bobby C. Scott, Rep Henry Cuellar, Rep Brian Fitzpatrick, Rep Albio Series, Rep David Price, Rep Bobby Rush, Rep Sylvia Garcia, Rep Sanford Bishop, Rep Sean Caston, Rep Tom Malinowski, Rep Peter Welch, Rep Barbara Lee, Rep Danny Davis, Rep Susie Lee, Rep Eleanor Holmes Norton, Rep Alcee L. Hastings, Rep Dina Titus, Rep Tom O'Halloran, and Rep Raul Grijalva. I want to thank all of them for joining us for this movement, as a part of this movement to end domestic violence. October 1st was first declared as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month 31 years ago in 1989. Since then, October has been a time to acknowledge domestic violence survivors and to be a voice for those who have been victimized by domestic violence. Domestic violence is prevalent in every community and affects all people regardless of age, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, gender, race, religion, or national origin. I realize that I just repeated myself, but some things bear repeating. These are such things. Physical violence is often accompanied by emotional abuse and controlling behavior as part of a much larger systemic pattern of dominance and control. The people that I talk to, who are supposed to understand this much better than I, make it very clear to me that this is about control, about dominance. Not always, but to the extent that we can generalize and say that this is what it's about, control and dominance. One person wanting to dictate to another person to the extent that if the person doesn't comply, there are consequences. We cannot live in a world where persons are allowed to impose their will on other people simply because they have the power to do so. They're physically capable of doing so. They are mentally situated such that they can do so. We can't allow it. Domestic violence is devastating, and the consequences of domestic violence can cross generations and last a lifetime. Crossing generations can occur when a child lives in a home where domestic violence is prevalent. Children learn from their parents. They learn from the behavior of their parents. The behavior of parents is something that children will accept, but they will also attempt to replicate it. The replication of it takes it across generations. And we cannot accept the notion that our children, when they are in their formative years, will be allowed to see parents as this kind of conduct is exhibited and then adopted. And when they grow up, unfortunately, some of them will take on the ugly habits and behavior of their parents. Women are disproportionately victims of domestic violence, as 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men ages 18 and older will experience domestic violence at some point in their life. It's a very disheartening statement. On average, more than 3 women are murdered by their husbands or boyfriends in the United States every day. Some things bear repeating. On average, more than 3 women are murdered by their husbands or boyfriends in the United States every day. This ought to shock the conscience of the nation. This is unacceptable. Awareness is important, but we've got to do more than simply make people aware. I will say more about this as I have now a colleague who has joined me, and I'm honored to introduce him. This colleague is from the great state of Arizona. He represents Arizona 1. But something more important ought to be said. He's from across the aisle. This is the demonstration of bipartisanship that I spoke of earlier. And I want to thank him and commend him for what he is doing to help us end domestic violence. I would now yield the microphone for such time as he may consume to Rep. Tom O'Halloran from Arizona's 1st District. And as he moves to the microphone, my hope is that those who have not had the opportunity to be here today will have the opportunity to say more in the future. This is one of the times when too much said about this will not be enough. I yield to my friend.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas for the hosting of this important special hour. I did used to be a Republican. I am no longer. But, Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. As a former law enforcement officer, some of the very first calls I responded to involved domestic violence. I have seen firsthand the damage this uniquely hideous kind of violence can do to families and survivors. When you come to a situation like this and you look around the room, you can see it in the children's eyes, the fear that they have. You can see a family in turmoil. You can clearly identify the tension that's in the room. And too many times, sadly, you can also identify the damage that has been done through violence in that same room. As a member of the Bipartisan Task Force to End Sexual Violence, I am proud to co-sponsor and recognize the month as October as Domestic Violence Month. Together as one body, we must commit to working to secure justice for survivors both in and out of the courtroom. The courtroom is an important aspect, but it's not the only aspect of this. It's important if we have to get there. If we can resolve these issues before that by having appropriate help for that family, appropriate services for that family, the process of identifying the underlying causes that occurred in that family, then hopefully courtrooms will not have to be used. This Congress, I reintroduced my Help End Abusive Living Situations, or HEALS Act, legislation to assist the survivors of domestic violence to rapidly secure safe housing situations. No person experiencing domestic violence should be forced to stay in a dangerous situation because they do not have housing elsewhere. It's great to have family, but many of our victims don't have family nearby. We need to make sure that our victims are able to seek safety. In Arizona, when I was in the legislature, there was a shortage of domestic violence facilities to be able to house families. We overcame some of that, but it is still true today. And it's true in Arizona and many other states across this land. And we must be able to stop that. Mr. Green identified clearly the amount of terrible and tragic deaths that occur every day. It also tears apart families. We need to help mend those families back to where they need to be in order to make sure that those children may have the potential to have a normal life. But if not that, we have to provide the necessary help. As the representative of Arizona's 1st Congressional District, I am humbled to represent 12 sovereign tribal nations. Federal data indicates that 55% of American Indian and Alaska Native women have experienced physical violence by their intimate partner. I know for a fact that on many tribal nations, help may not arrive for hours. On the Navajo reservation, in the last few years, 3 officers have died. Not by answering a call for a bank robbery or the fact that they have to go and address a burglary issue or help somebody else. They died because they had to be alone going there because there's no other police nearby. And they are dead today because of that. And their families are suffering still. I joined my colleagues to introduce the Survive Act, a bill that would provide legal, medical, and counseling resources to women and children in tribal communities who are survivors of domestic violence. And it would also help those officers that have to respond to that scene and also the children of that family. Just think of, let's use Navajo as an example. Navajo is the size of West Virginia. It takes in parts of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. Most of it's in Arizona. There are only about 220 officers for 3 shifts, sick leave, and everything else to respond to domestic violence in far areas away from many of the towns nearby. To those experiencing domestic violence and those who have lost a loved one to this hideous and deeply personal form of violence, I know that we cannot pretend to understand your pain, but we will keep fighting for change at every level. Another example, I had the sad responsibility to be a homicide investigator for 6 years. Many of those cases involved domestic violence. I also investigated the after effects of domestic violence without a death. And I can tell you, because I followed those families through court time and time again, saw them year after year, and the changes that occurred within that family because of the death of a loved one, because of the trauma that occurred, because of sadness they still had in their hearts. So let's keep that in mind as we look down the path on how to address these types of issues and understand that it's a comprehensive approach. It's not just sending the police to a location and saying to a couple, let's all go our different ways and then leave. society has to understand we need to do more. And so I thank you very much, and I yield back to the gentleman from Texas. Thank you.
And I want to give you my most profound apology for my snafu. And I respect the fact that you have decided to be a part of what I'm a part of. But we're all a part of this house, and this house functions best when we are united and working together. So I greatly appreciate you, and thank you for your commentary. Let me continue with a few more facts, and then I would like to talk about the help that we can make available. Facts, statistical information. African American women experience intimate partner violence at a rate 35% higher than white women, and about 2.5 times the rate of other races. But African American women are less likely than white women to use social services or battered women's programs, or to go to the hospital because of domestic violence. Somehow we must get the word to women of color and make it clear to them that they can be protected. As a lawyer, I can recall a circumstance when a victim of domestic violence came to my office for help. And I obviously wanted to help her, recognizing her condition. She didn't have to tell me that she was a victim. It was very obvious looking at her physicality. Her eyes were battered and swollen. Her face was bruised. You could see where someone had held her arm tightly to the extent that there were marks on her body. She was truly a battered person, and she wanted help. And her mother was with her. Her mother begged that we do something to help her daughter. And we did. We helped her with the filing of her case. And here is something that will break your heart because it broke my heart. Within days after her case was filed, she came back to the office and she wanted me to help her get the charges dismissed. It hurts my heart to even tell the story. No amount of pleas could change her position because she felt that somehow she had acted too quickly. She felt that somehow they should be able to work this out without intervention. She felt that he was the breadwinner for the family, and somehow she would be denied access to the breadwinner. It was a very painful thing for her, much more painful than it was for me, I'm sure, but it was still a painful incident in my life. I mention this because with the statistical information indicating that women of color don't go to the hospital, they don't go through the various programs. I mention this because in Texas now, the law has changed such that the woman is not forced to testify against her husband to the extent that it was the case before. The state can bring the charges now. And unfortunately, for too long, women were put in a position where they had to give the testimony. They were forced to give the testimony. The testimony had to come from some source, so it came from them. But now the state of Texas can bring these charges, and it doesn't have to be the spouse against the spouse. I think this is an important step forward. But this is not enough. We have to assure women that they can come forward, and coming forward will not cause them to be victimized to an even greater extent. We've got to give them this assurance, which means that there have to be counselors available for them to visit with. They will have to have the opportunity to find a safe house, a place where they can start their lives without fear each day that something may happen. This is the kind of thing that we can do here in Congress with our legislation, and that we have been doing, to be very candid, providing safe houses, making sure that the persons are taken care of. This is important. Non-citizen victims of domestic violence report heightened concerns with accessing law enforcement and services due to uncertainty arising from changing immigration policies and heightened immigration enforcement. Non-citizens must be given the same opportunity to get help as citizens. We cannot assume that somehow a non-citizen is not worthy of the same level of help as citizens. Victims are human beings to the same extent as persons who are born in this country, and as well as those who are born without this country, outside of this country. We have to protect all victims. And there are some who don't want to see us spend as much money on persons who are undocumented. There are some. But I believe that in this House, we have people who understand that it doesn't matter where you're from, how you got here. If you're the victim of a crime, you ought to get the help that you merit by virtue of having an infraction committed against you. If you're the victim of a crime, it doesn't matter your place of origin. If you need help, we will help you, and we should help you beyond simply allowing you to file charges against a person. While you are here, we have to protect you. You ought to have a safe house available to you as well, regardless as to where you're from. At least 15,500,000 children live in families in which domestic violence occurred at least once in the past year. At least once in the past year. 1 in 15 children are exposed to intimate partner violence each year, and 90% of these children are eyewitnesses to such violence. Children should not be exposed to a circumstance where one parent is harming another, or wherein any person is harming another person. Children exposed to domestic violence are more likely to attempt suicide, abuse drugs and alcohol, run away from home, and become victims of human trafficking. One large study found that men exposed to physical abuse, sexual abuse, adult domestic violence as children were 4 times more likely than other men to have perpetrated domestic violence as an adult. I spoke of this earlier. Some things bear repeating. Men who are exposed to physical abuse, sexual abuse, and domestic violence are 4 times more likely than other men to perpetrate domestic violence as adults. The approach to ending domestic violence has to be holistic. It has to be an approach that deals with each and every aspect of it. We cannot decide that we are going to take on a portion of it and assume that the rest will take care of itself. It doesn't take care of itself. It only gets exacerbated. We have to do more to protect persons, regardless of their gender, as it relates to domestic violence. I now would like to move to what I said I would talk about earlier, the fact that we have to do more than get the word out, the fact that it's not enough to sympathize and empathize. Sympathy and empathy is worthy of praise, but we've got to do more than sympathize and empathize. We are attempting to do more. In the HEROES Act 2, we have domestic violence grants and funding. The updated HEROES Act provides critical health and economic support to communities and families. $100 million in additional funding for family violence prevention and services is available. It will provide much needed support for domestic violence organizations by waiving matching requirements on all federal monies, these funds for the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic. And when I say federal funds, I'm talking about family violence prevention and services programs. $375 million for violence against women programs with a waiver of local match requirements, including $100 million in grants to combat violence against women, $100 million for sexual assault victims so that they may have assistance, $50 million for assistance to tribal governments, $40 million for transitional housing assistance grants, $25 million in enhanced culturally specific services for victims of domestic violence, $25 million for outreach and services to underserved populations, $20 million for rural domestic violence and child abuse enforcement assistance, $15 million to support families in the justice system, monies in the HERO Act for victims of domestic violence. We have $62.5 billion for administration for children and families. This will provide supportive and social services for families and children through programs including $100 million for family violence prevention and services, which includes $2 million for National Domestic Violence Hotline. I'll be giving that number out in just a moment. $4 billion in tenant-based rental assistance. This will allow public housing agencies to respond to coronavirus and the ability to keep over 2.2 million families stably housed even when facing a loss of income, including $1 billion for new temporary vouchers for individuals and families who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless or fleeing domestic violence. This will allow the PHAs to have the flexibility necessary for the safe and effective administration of these funds while maintaining fair housing, non-discrimination, labor standards, and other environmental protections. Grants to assist low-income women and survivors of domestic violence in obtaining qualified domestic violence relation orders. This provision directs the Secretary of Labor acting through the Director of Women's Bureau. This provision directs the Secretary of Labor acting through the Director of the Women's Bureau in conjunction with the Assistant Secretary of the Employee Benefit Security Administration to award grants of at least $250,000 to established community-based organizations on a competitive basis to assist low-income women and survivors of domestic violence in obtaining qualified domestic relations orders to ensure that these women actually obtain the benefits to which they are entitled through these orders. Simply put, we are assisting women to get court orders that can protect them. As a judge in a former life, we were in a position to issue restraining orders to protect persons who were being threatened. Well, this is the money to assist in allowing people to acquire these restraining orders. The domestic violence hotline. I indicated that I would give you the number. So if you need help and you have heard of what is available and what we would like to have available, here is a number. It is a national domestic violence hotline. It operates 24/7, and the number is, and I shall repeat it, 1-800-799-7233. 1-800-799-7233. I would beg that if you believe you need help, that you would call this number. And I would hope that we will pass the bill that will provide all of these various services that I have called to your attention. It is a crisis. It is a crisis within a crisis. But we have the power to change these things. And my hope is that we will use this power. It's not enough to be sympathetic and empathetic. We have to do more. We can be helpful. Sympathies and empathy, wonderful thing, but it won't replace the money necessary to provide persons with counseling, to provide them with a safe house, to provide them with health care that they will need as a result of domestic violence. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to offer legislation that would extend the extraordinarily successful, scandal-free payroll pass-through for airline employees.
Does the gentleman have a unanimous consent request?
We've used the airlines as our...
The gentleman has not been recognized for debate. Does the gentleman have a unanimous consent request?
Yes, I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Financial Services, Transportation and Infrastructure, and Budget be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 58504, Payroll Support Program Extension Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
Ask to be recognized for 1 minute.
Without objection, so ordered.
Well, Madam Speaker, in plain English, what you just said is that the Republican majority killed this legislation. Plain and simple. If they had just agreed, tens of thousands of workers for the airlines, flight attendants, they don't get paid a heck of a lot of money. Pilots, yeah, they do well. Mechanics, gate agents, tens of thousands of those people have been furloughed as of yesterday. They've lost their jobs, they've lost their health care. Some of them are going to lose their homes. They don't know how they're going to make ends meet, feed their kids, or do anything else. All because the Republicans in the House of Representatives would not agree, and the Republicans in the Senate will not agree to a larger package which contains these provisions. These are vital provisions, they're time sensitive, but the larger package would provide relief to tens of millions of Americans, the HEROES package. The HEROES package would extend health care to people who've lost it. The HEROES package would extend unemployment to people who've lost it. The HEROES package would send out individual checks. The HEROES package would send money to keep small businesses going. And in this time, unlike the first package, it will include money for, I ask unanimous consent for another minute since I see the parliamentarian rattling around.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I ask unanimous consent for one more minute.
Without objection. So that request can't be entertained.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to stop talking. I'm tired of bureaucracy around here. It's time to do real things for the American people. And this is real. These people's lives are at stake.
The gentleman is not recognized. The chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes.